Just press the button when you start speaking.
Okay.
At the moment, it's a preview.
Okay.
Can I request that we all mute? Thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, I think we should start the meeting. We have allowed everyone to join the meeting. Hopefully, some people will still be coming and joining the meeting.
Kenrick, who was the senior investigating officer who would one day discover that thermal purchase, was ready to take drastic action to get
can you please mute Edmond?
With Calvin Amos.
With one particular
Thank you. Colleagues, good morning again. My name is Refula Mukhosi. I will be the program director for the day. Our session is starting from 10 a.m. until 1 o'clock. We will be together for the next coming 3 hours. We've got an agenda on the screen. We've got great speakers for today. Colleagues, without maybe wasting time, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Wali to do the welcoming and introduction. Mr. Wali, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Refilwe. And so it's good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of CESA, or Consulting Engineers South Africa as we know it, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to the VIPs from the Engineering Council of South Africa, or ECSA as we know it, as well as the VIPs from CESA. And this includes engineering practitioners from our member firms and any other viewers who have joined us today. And of course, all protocol observed. And we're here for ECSA's online consultation with engineering practitioners from the consulting engineering sector. By way of introduction, CESA is an industry body or voluntary association with over 600 member firms. These are consulting engineering firms. And CESA lies at the forefront of the consulting engineering sector, where it is a leader in terms of integrity, quality, and project sustainability management. Now, CESA has partnered with ECSA to host this consultation on the identification of engineering work, because we are strong supporters of ECSA and its work, its good work in upholding the ethos and standards of engineering in South Africa. As background, and as you may be aware, the Engineering Council of South Africa, or ECSA, is currently holding engineering industry consultations on the gazetted identification of engineering work, also known as RDOEW, which commenced in 2021. These consultations commenced in 2021, and they will be concluded in 2023 with different stakeholders or role players. Now, although the consulting engineers, which is our membership, are ECSA registered persons, that although they were previously informed of the RDOEW via the ECSA portal, ECSA considered it vital that they be afforded an opportunity to engage with ECSA as well. So hence, when ECSA requested CESA, with our extensive countrywide membership platform of consulting engineers, to host and arrange this particular RDOEW consultation event, hence we were more than happy to oblige and to do so. The purpose of the consultation, which you can more or less pick up from the program, is fourfold. It's firstly for ECSA to inform members of the contents and implications of the RDOEW. Secondly, it's to allow CESA members an opportunity to discuss the RDOEW with ECSA. Thirdly, it's for ECSA to outline the way forward for the implementation of the RDOEW. And lastly, it's to feedback on progress in 3 areas that will be of great interest to engineering practitioners. And that's why I really encourage you to stay online for the full program, because it's good information right at near the end of the program. So I see we have an interesting program ahead of us, and hence I won't take up any more of your valuable time or the program's time. And with those few words, I'd like to hand over the baton to Mr. Edmund Kumalo, who's the Acting Chief Executive Officer of ECSA, and he will deliver the keynote address. So thank you, Edmund.
Thank you, Wally, for that opportunity, colleagues. I hope colleagues from the sector know me. Mr. Numalo, I can switch on my camera. It's a bit dark in the office. So you'll pardon me, colleagues, it's a bit dark in the office because of load shedding. We are relying on the generators, but for the purposes of the address that I'm gonna be delivering, I'm just going to switch off my camera. At least you have seen my face, and some of you I've interacted with over a number of years. So that is my face, and my name is Edmund Ngumalo, who is the current interim CEO of the Engineering Council of South Africa. I just want to start off by greeting colleagues from the Council for the Built Environment, members of ECSA Council who are present in today's session, and also to convey my greetings to the members of the ECSA Identification of Engineering Work task team, as well as the presenters that are going to be assisting us today in terms of explaining the content of the identification of engineering work. And as Wayne indicated, we have a very good lineup of presenters, and there are 2 that I want to pick up on. For example, Miss Lebo Mapumulo, who's going to be doing a presentation, as well as Prof. Kimlal Ramdas, who's also going to be doing a presentation on behalf of ECSA. And I also want to welcome the other colleagues from CBE who have actually committed to come and pledge their support to the work that ECSA is.
Hi, good morning.
Is doing.
Good. Thanks. How are you?
And also to thank you, the program director, Madam Refule Mkhosi, for agreeing to assist us steer the program of today. And more importantly, the consulting engineers themselves who are members.
I'll work on it.
Of the. Okay, can I request all the other colleagues to switch off their mics? Okay, and also to convey my votes of welcoming as well to the consulting engineers themselves who are members of CESA, the ECSA colleagues, and a very good morning to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, the session that we are having today is a culmination of a marathon sessions that we have run as ECSA for a long time, starting from 2021. So we've had consultations with voluntary associations on the identification of engineering work, and we also held consultation sessions with the organizations that have signed commitments and undertakings with ECSA. And we did also have some sessions that we ran with the public higher education institutions that are offering engineering programs. And we also did the same with the government entities and the government departments, more particularly those that have something to do, with engineering. And this process is going to continue to include also the municipalities and also the TVET colleges, and then any other stakeholders that we are going to deem necessary to consult, because it is our intention that the message that we want to convey must reach out to all those that are going to be impacted by the identification of engineering work. So I would really want to thank CESA for this collaboration, and also to thank CESA for agreeing to partner with us for the other scheduled sessions that we are going to have in August as well as September, and today's one being the first that we are having with CESA. So as I alluded to this in the beginning, to say that ECSA actually started this process in August in 2021, where we hosted the first consultation with the voluntary associations. And it's very remarkable and interesting that CESA attended, and in that particular session as well extended its support for the identification of engineering work. So thank you so much, Wally, Mr. Wayne, and your team for making this day possible for ECSA. Kindly convey our gratitude to the CEO of CESA, Mr. Chris Campbell, who due to other commitments, we understand could not be able to attend today. As we may all be aware, CBE gazetted the identification of work for the built environment in July 2020. That's where the process started. It started with the identification of work, and that process was after extensive consultations and engagements with the Competition Commission and other stakeholders. So ECSA followed that particular process by subsequently gazetting the identification of engineering work in March 2021. We do all acknowledge that this almost amounts to a revolutionary endeavor with huge implications to the current engineering related work carried out in all facets of our society. In that regard, we started engaging our stakeholders and will continue with these extensive consultations until 31st of March 2023. The engagements with the stakeholders span over 2 years to ensure that a common message reaches every stakeholder that is likely to be impacted and has to comply with the identification of engineering work. We have no illusions that this is not going to be an easy road to traverse, as it heralds a radical shift from how engineering work has been previously regulated. And we are venturing into an uncharted terrain, which requires rigorous consultations to instill a new culture within our sector. And hence we appeal for collaboration in ensuring that this noble project is well understood and accepted, and compliance therewith can begin. The consultation on the identification of engineering work is for the engineering sector to gather and have a better understanding of our role and mandate pertaining to the Engineering Professions Act on the identification of engineering work, which calls for the identification of the type of engineering work that must be performed by engineering practitioners. Moreover, it places emphasis that a person who is not registered in terms of the Engineering Professions Act may not perform any kind of work identified for any category of registered persons. The purpose of regulating a profession is to assure the quality of professional services in the public interest. This involves the setting of standards, keeping of a register of competent persons registered in different categories of registration, and the award of titles. So the objectives of the identification of engineering work is to protect the public by identifying work for each registration category in a manner that is simple to implement when procuring services from or employing registered persons in a clear, transparent, and accountable manner. By ensuring that persons who undertake the work identified are accountable for the solutions they provide. We protect the environment and the public by ensuring that only registered engineering professionals who have the necessary expertise to perform activities that have the potential to cause significant harm to the public and environment perform such work. So if a statutory regulation reserves an area of work, it has the same effect as statutory licensing, which seeks to restrict an area of work to those who are approved, like your registered persons. In essence, licensing authorizes eligible persons to practice in a specific area. Registration recognizes demonstrated achievement of a defined standard of competence, while specialists indicate peer-recognized competence in a particular area. With the full implementation of the Engineering Professions Act of 2000, statutory recognition and regulation of the practice of engineering in South Africa uses registration and the prohibition of performance of identified work by persons who are not registered. The regulation of a profession in any form is by nature restrictive. In South Africa, the main purpose for professional registration is to ensure that persons perform professional functions with the necessary competence in a manner that is consistent with government's competition policy and which protects the public and environment and provides resources in relation to aspects of professional conduct. So the Council for the Built Environment framework issued by the Council for the Built Environment seeks to demarcate functions in the professions and professional categories of registration. The Engineering Profession Act of 2000 permits the Council to determine competency standards for the purpose of registration and the nature and extent of continuing professional development. Moreover, it permits Council to take any steps it considers necessary for the protection of the public and the environment in their dealings with registered persons for the maintenance of the integrity and the enhancement of the status of the engineering profession. The Council is required to draw up a code of conduct for registered persons and may also draw up a code of practice. So the Council has a responsibility for administering such codes and investigate breaches of these codes as improper conduct. So the sections that are applicable in this regard are sections 18 subsection 2 and section 18 subsection 3 of the Engineering Professions Act, which prohibit a person who is not registered in a category from practicing in that category of registration and permits a person registered in a category to consult in that category. And if you go further to look at Section 18, subsection 4C of the Act, it further requires that a candidate in a category must perform work in the engineering profession under the supervision and control of a professionally registered person. Consequently, a candidate may not consult. The scope of work is linked to identified work in a category and the performance of work in the overlap between professions and between categories. There are unavoidable overlaps between professions. Persons registered in various categories are required at the entry level to demonstrate their competence against standards set by Council. Their experience and training, both pre and post registration, may render them competent to perform aspects of work identified for other professions. Accordingly, the migration across the boundaries to the professions is not governed by competency standards developed for the purposes of entry to the profession, but rather by professional codes of practice, which ECSA is currently busy with. So in 2019, a Code of Practice Steering Committee was established, and in 2020, a draft Code of Practice was published for broader consultation and approved by Council and subsequently gazetted in March 2021. And the development of the discipline-specific codes of practice are currently underway. Accordingly, quality will be assured and the public interest protected should professionals who are registered in terms of any Built Environment Act and any other acts which regulate professions be permitted in pursuit of their profession to perform any overlapping functions, which their education, training, and experience have specifically rendered them competent to perform. Those registered within that specialized category should undertake work requiring specific competencies and certifications. At this meeting, through active participation, friendly but frank discussion, we do expect that we will have it, and we will also respect one another's opinions as well as one another's viewpoints in terms of our engagements. It is difficult to have absolute agreement on all the issues that we may discuss, but we can make the greatest effort in trying to ensure that key concerns and important suggestions are documented and considered in the further implementation of the identification of engineering work. It is our objective to ensure that after the finalization of the consultation process, all the industry role players, the consulting engineers, and any engineer or technologists or technicians that is involved in the kind of engineering work is actually apprised of the content of the identification of engineering work as gazetted. And we are also hopeful that the process of consultation will culminate into those that are going to be impacted by the identification of engineering work, putting together plans to ensure that they begin to comply with what has been gazetted. ECSA is committed to stakeholder engagement as a continuous and a systematic process. We want to share with you what we know and what we have, which has been gazetted, and we want at the same time to listen to you. Better yet, we want to work with you in forming partnerships that are beneficial to the industry as a whole. And we are very excited that with the other recognized voluntary associations that we have been in partnership with and other registered persons who have received such a support. And we look forward to having a fruitful and productive engagements and discussions and deliberations with you, as we look at the content of the gazetted identification of engineering work. And let me take the opportunity then to thank everyone for coming through to this session, and then hand over the baton back to the program director. And thank you so much. I thank you.
Thank you so much, the CEO. We just appreciate the insight that you have shared with us, especially the regulation of the engineering profession. We also thank the CESA and Mr. Wali for the welcoming introduction. Colleagues, before we move on to the next speaker, I just want to request that please ensure that you put in your name and your surname on the chart for the register purpose. We will now move to the next our next speaker. We'll get the message of support from Mr. Puti Manamela. Over to you, Mr. Puti.
Good morning, Chairperson, colleagues from CESA and ECSA, and members of the public. Yes, SCBE, we share this important consultation exercise. CESA, we believe that has proven its dedication to the cause of the engineering in South Africa over the years, and we are confident that the objectives of this consultation will be realized. As CBE, what we're looking for is to ensure that the opinions and the interest of affected parties are heard and they can be able to feature in the final document that we are going to have. So why do we consult? Consultation as CBE, we believe that is one of the key regulatory tools that we as the Engineering Council of South Africa, we must use to improve transparency, efficiency, and effectiveness of our identification of work regulation. As CBE Chairperson, we are pleased with the process that is being followed by ECSA so far, and we wish them success in ensuring that no one is left out in the process of finalizing identification of work. It is important that we listen to interest of the affected parties. Why is it important? To ensure that we avoid the members who are affected going to Competition Commission. As you are aware, colleagues, we have some of the issues with the Competition Commission, and it's upon us as the sector, CBE, the Engineering Council of South Africa, and all the voluntary association to come together, iron our issues, and avoid unnecessary issues that are taken to Competition Commission. Identification of work is long overdue, and as CBE, we want this process to be finalized, hopefully by the end of 2022, if possible. And we are encouraged by consultation that is done by ECSA. And our belief and what we want to see is that the final identification of work regulation should be based on facts and we must ensure that it's fair and consider competition commission issues. Lastly, the issues of overlaps should be properly managed. We know that there are overlaps with project managers. There might be those overlaps also among the categories. As the Engineering Council of South Africa, we must ensure that those overlaps are properly managed, and we seek to hear the concerns of the members that will be affected by this. However, as CBE, as I indicated, we are very encouraged with the process that ECSA has started, and we believe that come the end of 2022, there will be a light at the end of the tunnel in ensuring that we regulate these professions, because identification of work is very important, even for the survival of engineering professions. And as CBE, we would like ECSA as the biggest council to be at the front in ensuring that all competition issues that are being raised by competition commission, we come together with other professions, project managers, quantity surveyors, all 6 professional councils coming together, having one position in terms of the issues that are being raised by the competition commission. For that, as CBE, we wish the success to this consultation, and we are saying we should continue talk among ourselves and other professions in ensuring that we finalize the regulations. Thank you very much, Chairperson and Program Director. CBE wishes all the success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Puti Madamela, for the inputs made. We appreciate the valued partnership with the CBE in monitoring the space and also supporting the building environment. Colleagues, we are now going to move to the presentation of the identification of engineering work. We've got 2 presenters. What we'll do, colleagues, we'll take the 2 presentations, and from there, we'll move to the discussion, whereby you will be given a chance to engage and also ask questions. You're also welcome to put in your questions in the chat for the presenters. Before I hand over to the 2 presenters, I'm just going to quickly go through their the bios. I will start with Prof. And then move to Ms. Lebo. Colleagues, the Prof. My apologies. The Prof. Kemalal has worked as a work study officer, industry engineer, production operations manager, and skill development facilitator in the clothing, electronic, and textile industry between 1981 and 1999. He joined the academic profession in 1999 as a lecturer with Technikon South Africa. He later moved to UNISA Department of Business Management in 2006, lecturing in operations management. He is currently the professor in the Department of Industrial Engineering based at UNISA Florida campus. He has passionate for equality and family believes that the application of the quality management methodologies will highlight the deficiencies and instigate the implementation of the improvement strategies. He has applied continuous improvement methodologies from an industrial and engineering, quality and operations management perspective. He is a process, performance, and operations specialist with driving passion for improving production, quality, and competitiveness. He has authored and presented approximately 65 journals and conference papers for national and international, and is a peer reviewer for the numerous publications. He has achieved fellow member status at SAIEE as a member of PICMET and IEEE. He has started studying in 1995 and achieved his doctorate in 2009, with all qualifications being done part-time while employed. I will also, colleagues, give a bio of Ms. Lebo Mapumulo, a corporate specialist for Line Engineering Services Department within ESCOM Group Technology Division. She graduated with a BSc in Electrical Engineering from the University of Technology in Malaysia in 2004. A Master in Electrical Engineering at UNISA in 2008, at VETS, at VETS in 2018. She has over 17 years experience that is dominated by high voltage, the power transmission line designs. Her competency includes operating, maintenance, performance, the performance improvement, and refurbishment. Her master's in engineering is titled Consideration to Use High Surge Impedance Loading Lines in the place of series compensation in high voltage transmission line. She has published 4 papers from this research work, one at the 20th International Symposium High Voltage Engineering Conference, one at SIGRE, my apologies, I got cut off, colleagues. One at SIGRE, 8th South African Conference, and 2 at the Power Gen and Distribute Tech Africa Conference, one of which she shown the Best Paper Award in 2018. She has been registered as a professional engineer since 2008. She is a member of 2 technical groups, the TC7 and 11 at International Electrotechnical Commission, a member of a working group B2.59, working group 78 at the International Council of Large Electric Systems. She has served. She serves in the following roles in Engineering Council of South Africa. She is a member of Council, chairperson of the Stakeholder Relation Committee, previously the chairperson of Policy Development and Standard Generating Committee, previously vice chairperson of the Electrical Engineering Professional Advisory Committee, a member of Central Registration Committee, and a member of CPD Committee. She's also a member of South African Institute of Electrical Engineers. Colleagues, let me then hand over to both our speakers. And when they are done, we'll go to the next point, which is the discussions. Over to you, my colleagues.
Thank you so much, Rifile. Can I just get confirmation that you can see my screen?
Yes, madam, we can.
Okay, perfect.
You can just put it on the presentation mode. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is such an honor to meet them today to present to you the identification of engineering work. I think we all accept the profession being regulated. So what we see here is just the table of content. Was there a comment? Okay, so really this slide here just shows the table of content. So really this is what we will be covering in today's presentation. And so as a starting point, you know, we've had a welcoming note from the CBE. So we just start off by looking at the built environment landscape, and we are understanding that the Council of the Built Environment is a statutory body that is created through the Council of the Built Environment Act of 43 of 2000. And really, if we look at the built environment, I think most of us are familiar with the fact that there are 6 councils that are serving in that structure. And today, obviously, this consultation is with consent to the Engineering Council of South Africa. So that is what we will see highlighted there. And really, in terms of background, it is really dangerous to sometimes assume things. So in terms of background, we really just want to touch a little bit on who is ECSA? And we are just saying ECSA is a statutory body that is established under the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in terms of the Engineering Professional Act 46 of 2000. And really, as per the Act, ECSA is mandated to do the following. They accredit learning programs at educational institutions. This first point is quite an interesting one because a lot of people in industry don't actually know that ECSA does this. They have this idea that ECSA just registers professionals. So really we are understanding that before even registrations, there's matter of education, and really we are blessed that ECSA accredits these programs. The second part is they register applicants in the appropriate categories of registration. So obviously we all know, depending on the qualification you hold, then you qualify for a particular category at ECSA. Then more crucially, really why ECSA regulates the profession is to exercise oversight over the professional conduct of registered person. And really, we all know that even the Code of Conduct emphasizes the issue of safety. So if we look at Section 26 of the Act, it actually empowers ECSA to develop a policy on the identification of work. So as per the CEO's opening, really ECSA has gazetted the identification of engineering work in March 2021. And then later we heard that there would be possible closure of this item by the end of 2022, which is really awesome news. So if we look at the objectives of the identification of engineering work, really it is put in place to protect the public. This is like the sole goal of regulating any profession, whether it's medicine, whether it's accounting. Really, we are regulating to protect the public. And then point 1 is, in terms of the objectives, is that what the identification of engineering work does, it identifies work for each registration category in a manner that is simple to implement when procuring services from or employing a registered person in a clear, transparent and accountable manner. I think this is really amazing because in terms of integrity, everything is covered. Secondly, what they do is that they ensure that people who undertake the work identified are accountable for the solutions they provide. So really what is happening currently in the industry is that a lot of people are responsible. So yes, they do these designs, but because they are not registered, they cannot be accountable. So accountable speaks to the fact that you can sign off the solutions that you offer. And then thirdly, what the ID aims to do is to protect the environment and the public by ensuring that only registered engineering professionals who have the necessary expertise to perform activities that have the potential to cause significant harm to the public and the environment perform such work. And I think this is like a key thing even for the public, because a lot of engineering projects are related to service delivery. So this is just really great for South Africa. So if we look at the overview of the identification of engineering work, really it is a process of determining in a very concise way the designated work that the different registration categories can carry out. Later on, my colleague will present about the registration categories. And then secondly, what it aims to do is it defines and demarcates work between the engineering registration categories. And really what is key about this point is we acknowledge the overlaps that are there, and then we want to sort out the accountabilities for such overlaps. In terms of the objectives, really, identification of engineering work promotes the safety and protection of the public and the environment by ensuring that only registered professionals in the different categories of registration and who have demonstrated the required competence and academic qualification perform engineering work and take responsibility for the engineering work they perform per category. So really what we can see is once this item is closed out, only registered people will be held accountable or be allowed to do this work. And why? Just to simply protect the people and the environment. So in terms of the actual date, the identification of engineering work was gazetted on the 26th of March in 2021. And really great progress has happened. So if we look at the process of codifying the identification of work, really as a starting point, we have said that as the Council of the Built Environment must consult with all the voluntary associations, any person, anybody, any industry that may be affected by any law regulating the built environment professions regarding the identification of the type of work which may be performed by persons registered in any of the categories referred to in Section 18. And really this includes work which may fall within a scope that any other profession regulated by the Professional Act of the Council of the Built Environment falls within. So what this really says is that any change, because these things are continuously being improved and updated, so any law that comes into play that affects all these individuals, there needs to be thorough consultation done. And then a certain portion of that is that after the process of consultation, the CBE must submit recommendations, right? So these recommendations, what they do there is they take into consideration and they identify the term in terms of the Section 20 of the Council. So really the recommendations are submitted, they are tabled for consideration and identification. And then a third portion of that is that the Council of the Built Environment, post receiving these recommendations, they need to go and determine a policy with regards to the identification of work before they liaise with the Competition Commission. So really, as you can see, it's a process where everybody is included in the process. And point B here also iterates that as this process is continuing, any person, anybody, and any industry that is affected in terms of identification of the work will be consulted. Now, as a closing point, once the CBE has looked at these recommendations, has determined a policy, what they need to do is they then need to consult with the Competition Commission, and in consultation with the councils for the professions, they will identify the scope of work for every category of registered persons. So the beauty about this is that it has to go to the level of looking at the categories and then further looking at the discipline. So the reason why this flowchart is shown as a continuous feedback loop is just to say that before anything is finalized and anything is published, really consultation happens with all the affected stakeholders across the engineering fraternity. So in terms of defining the identified engineering work, what are these type of activities that we are talking about? So really the identified engineering work entails engineering activities performed by a person registered in one of the categories of registration. Secondly, it requires the core competencies within the competency areas that a registered person must possess. So again, we will keep seeing emphasis on registration. And obviously this registration speaks to the professional categories. Point C, it includes core services for any of the categories of registration in a particular engineering discipline. So we all know there's 11 disciplines. My colleague is going to present about that in part B of the presentation. Point D, it includes practice areas of a particular engineering discipline within which a registered person performs engineering work. Lastly, it includes a scope of services for specified engineering work. We will also see when we talk about the categories, ECSA does have what they call specified categories. So what is the implication of the identification of engineering work in the engineering sector? So this slide is obviously very crucial for the audience today because we are talking to CESA, or rather engaging with CESA. So really we are saying this is in the implication to all these consulting firms that are your members. So really it says a person who performs any identified engineering work in a particular engineering discipline must, in addition to any other requirements contemplated in the Engineering Professional Act, be suitably qualified. A lot of people actually think they can just come into the engineering space and do work, but really what we are saying, we are understanding that anybody who participates here has to hold some qualification in engineering. Secondly, the person must be registered by ECSA in an appropriate category applicable to the level of service that they will be performing. And then thirdly, they need to possess the necessary core competencies in the competency area referred to in this item to perform such core services. And really these categories, people can perform services as a professional engineer, a professional engineering technologist, a professional certified engineer, a professional engineering technician, or a specified category practitioner. So really these are the categories that people will be practicing in, and the identification of work aims to categorize which work can be done by which category. So slide 2 really addresses the implication of the identification of engineering work to the institution of higher learning. Really, today's audience is really not, institutions, so I'll try and save some time on the slide because it doesn't really impact today's audience. But really here we are talking about people who oversee planning, design, and delivery of education and training programs. So really, there are 2 acts that regulate these bodies. So holistically, we just know it's any public and public or private higher institution that is under the Higher Educational Act of '97. And secondly, the public colleges are defined further in the Education and Training College Act. So really, these are people that are teaching in all these different institutions. And then one of the key things just to pay attention to is in terms of subsection 17.3, it says for the purpose of this item, so its implication on the higher education, higher learning institutions, is that when we talk about an exit level, really it means the exit level contemplated in the regulation issued in terms of the National Qualification Framework of Act 47 of 2008. So really when we go see that word there, it is defined, and we can have a look at it at our own leisure. So then obviously everybody who is being consulted is really concerned about the implication of the identification of work in their space. And really here what it is explaining is that in terms of institution, the people that are affected is that it's all the lecturing staffs within the engineering faculty. So again, it goes back to that landscape that we showed that ECSA regulates, it's the engineering council. So really in the universities, it will be the people in the engineering faculties. In terms of the accreditation, it also speaks to the fact that the requirements for accrediting these programs needs to be put in place. And then in terms of the people who are actually doing the lecturing in the universities, they need to be professionally registered with ECSA. So I think really when consultation is done with the institutions of higher learning, they're going to obviously have a lot of questions because these are like the pool of people who struggle to register with ECSA simply by the nature of the work that they do. So I think they appreciate that the identification of work is going to give them a clearly defined path of getting registered. Now, if we look at the new qualification framework, really, and this was commissioned in 2013, I think we've all seen at some point that what we used to call technicons were converted to be called universities of technology. And really what that new qualification framework aims to do is it's going to resolve this argument that is in industry where really once people are employed in a particular company or that, they just feel that at the end of the day, they do complex work and they want to be registered as professional engineer, which is really there. And really what the new educational framework does, it's beautiful because regardless of where you start, there is a clearly defined path that one can follow to become professional engineer. But naturally, if you're going to follow the alternate path, it's going to take you longer than a traditional BSc. So a traditional BSc takes 4 years. And then obviously, if you go via other routes, it will take you longer. But the nice thing about this framework that they've published here is that there's a clearly defined path that you can follow. Oh, can I get credited for this and that? So you know if you've done a particular program, what is the next step? And really the MEng is like the key difference between the old framework and the new one, because this is what bridges the gap between the people with the BTech and the BSc, and then it's called an MEng. Once they do an MEng, they can be registered as professional engineer. So I think really we're all going to get a copy of the slides. But really what we can see here is that people, even people who start off as technicians, eventually they can become professional engineers. So that is what is to be taken home for the slide. I think if anybody has questions under the Q&A session, we can take those on and then discuss. At this point, I'd like to hand over to my co-presenter to take you through the next section of the presentation. I hand over to you, Program. Okay.
Thank you so much, Lebo. I would like to ask Nondumiso to please display the slides and take me through to that slide that we were on now. Thank you so much. So as my good colleague Lebo has mentioned, in terms of the various categories, if you look at the academic qualifications that we saw in the previous slide, this slide basically goes into much more detail in terms of, clearly defining the different categories that engineers fall into. So if we're looking at the categories for engineering professions, and here we're looking at the professional engineer. So the professional engineer needs to have basically a BSc engineering or a BEng or BEng or equivalent education. And this person falls in the category of a professional engineer. And the definition of a professional engineer is a person who is registered as such in terms of the Engineering Act 2000, Act number 46 of 2000 as amended. So that basically what it shows here. And then the level descriptor basically informs us that a professional engineer is a person who, by virtue of a combination of education, training, experience, would have attained a level of competence which enables them to apply engineering principles and techniques in the solution of engineering challenges of varying varying complexity as required by industry. So activities include, but are not limited to, design, planning, investigation, and problem resolution, improvement of materials, components, systems or processes, implementation, manufacture, construction. Engineering.
Transformer, load developer.
Sorry, colleagues, there's another Godfrey. If you can please mute your mic. So I may continue. So manufacture or construction, engineering operations, maintenance, project management, research, development, and commercialization. So if you're looking at this level descriptor, it is quite a wide range of information that is presented here, and it tells you or informs you of the complexity and nature of a work that a professional engineer does. So in the next level, in terms of the scope of work, it goes down, breaking into much more detail, the amount of work that is involved with a professional engineer. Next slide, please. Lebo. So here we're looking at the next category, which is a professional engineering technologist. And here the person in terms of academic qualification needs to have an advanced diploma in engineering, a BTech in engineering, or a BEng Tech, substantially as equated by Engineering Evaluation Working Group. And the category here that we're talking about is the professional technical engineer. So the professional is here, we are defining it in terms of this category. A professional engineering technologist is a person who is registered as such in terms of the Engineering Profession Act 2000, number 46 of 2000. Okay, and here in terms of the level description, the professional engineering technologist is concerned primarily with the progress of technology through innovation, creativity, and change. Their work involves the application of a significant range of fundamental principles, enabling them to develop and apply new technologies, promote advanced designs and design methods, introduce new and more efficient production techniques, marketing and construction concepts, and pioneer new engineering services and management methods. Now, also, it goes on to look at the scope of work of the professional engineering technologist, where it looks at the scope of practice area is linked to technologies used and changes by adoption of new technology into current practice. The practice area is located within a wider complex context, requires teamwork, has interfaces to other parties and disciplines, requires resolution of occasional problems arising during interaction between wide-ranging or conflicting technical, engineering, or other issues, are constrained by available technology, time, finance, infrastructure, resources, facilities, standards, and codes, applicable laws, have significant risks and consequences in practice area and in related areas. So, and also this category basically is linked to the Sydney Accord, EO2PT, which is a document that is available and is linked to the Sydney Accord. Next slide, please. Here we go into the professional certificated engineer, PR certificate, and here we're looking at the GCC certificate, the government certificate of competency, and here this person is registered as a professional certificated engineer. So in definition, a professional certificated engineer is a person who is registered as such in terms of the Engineering Profession Act 2000, 46 of 2000. And here basically the level descriptor goes into giving us much more information, where a certificated engineer is a person who holds an appointment which requires the possession of a government certificate of competency as a manager or as an engineer in terms of the Mines Health and Safety Act 1996, Act number 29 of 1996, or as an engineer in terms of the Occupational Health and Safety Act Act number 1993, Act number 85 of 1993, or as a chief engineer officer, foreign going on a vessel with a registered power of no less than 3,000 kilowatt in terms of the Merchant Shipping Act, Act number 57 of 1951, or in terms of the act preceded or superseded any other acts mentioned above, and which demonstrates the applicant's competence in to implement and manage the provisions of these acts and ensure the safe operation and maintenance of plant and equipment. Activities include but are not limited to design or design reviews, planning, incident investigation and failure analysis and synthesis of solution to production problems, operational optimization aimed at improving of materials, components, systems or processes, operational construction, maintenance and project management, development of efficiency enhancing methods of work and systems, commissioning, decommissioning and disposal of assets, including the disclosure of operations. And here the scope of work is basically outlined here. I'm not going to go through it in detail because much of it is covered in the level descriptor. Next slide, please. Thank you. This category basically looks at the professional engineering technician, PR Techni Eng. And here the education level is an advanced certificate in engineering, national diploma, national Eng diploma, national Eng Tech, diploma engineering, substantially as equivalent by evaluated by education evaluation working group. So here this person is a person who is registered in terms of the Engineering Profession Act, and then the level descriptor basically gives us an outline of what the person is going to be doing, and here he recommends, controls, administers and implements known or novel technology in an innovative manner in a discipline, subdiscipline or specialization of engineering activities, include but are not limited to design, planning, investigation and problem resolution, improvement of materials, components, systems or processes, implementation, manufacture or construction, engineering operations, maintenance, project management, research, development, and commercialization. And here it goes on to further describe the scope of practice area is defined by techniques applied, changes by adopting new technologies into current practice, and so forth and so forth. So basically, the level descriptor gives us an indication of what the person does, but the scope of work hones in and gives us much more information in terms of what this person is responsible for. Next slide, please. Here we're looking at the categories of engineering professions, specified category where we have the people with the higher certificate, and these are practitioners. And here we are looking at the activities that they are associated with, the performance of tasks specified by ECSA. The specified categories are listed below. For example, lift inspectors, lifting machinery inspectors, medical equipment maintainers, fire protection system practitioners, fire protection system rational designers, civil laboratory technical controller, enterprise integration practitioners. So this is a bit of a lower level that we look at from the PR Eng to the practitioners that are basically involved in this area. Let's move forward. Thank you. Next slide. So colleagues, this slide basically gives you an overview of what we have just discussed now. All the slides that I spoke about now basically is summarized here, where it goes into giving you identification of engineering work, the framework, where we have the entry-level qualifications as outlined here in the first section, and then the categories of engineers. We have the PR Eng, the PR Tech Eng, the PR Technic Eng, the PR certificated engineer, the PR certificate specified categories, which we just described now. And this basically gives you all the disciplines that are involved in terms of our various categories. So it looks at aeronautical, agriculture, chemical, civil, electrical, industrial, mechanical, metallurgy, mining, mechatronics, and computers. So if you look at all these categories, you know, it is through the level, the entry level qualification, and also the categories of engineers, and basically outlined in this slide. Next slide, please. So here we're looking a little bit more into a description of the various categories that we just spoke about now. In the in the aeronautical engineering side, we're looking at the design, development, operation, maintenance of aircraft and spacecraft of all types based on engineering sciences, underlying flight dynamics, aerospace structures, and propulsion systems. Then we go into the agricultural engineering sector, and we're looking at the planning, design, development, operation, and maintenance of agricultural machinery, mechanization, production and processing, and natural resources management through the application of engineering sciences. Then we look at chemical engineering, and here we're looking at the planning, design, development, operation, and maintenance of industrial scale processes to convert raw and recycled materials to products through the chemical and physical processes and engineering sciences. And we're looking at subjects engaged here are thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, and transfer processes. And then we're looking at civil engineering, planning, design, construction, operation, and maintenance, all types of structures of buildings, dams, bridges, roads, highways, railways, transportation systems, township services, earthworks, excavation, soil conservation, and geotechnical processes, water resources, pipelines, canals, water treatment, storm water and drainage, sewer system, sanitation, waste disposal, coastal engineering. So yeah, our civil guys are pretty busy in this area. And then we have electrical engineering, and then description is the planning, design, construction, operation, maintenance of materials, component, plant and systems of generating, transmitting, distributing, and utilizing electrical energy through electronic devices, apparatus, and control systems for industrial systems, biomedical, and consumer products, computing, communication, and software for critical application instruments, and the control of processes through the application of electrical, electromagnetic, and information engineering services. So this basically gives us a little bit more insight into the various disciplines that we just spoke about now. Next slide, please. And then we get industrial engineering. Here we're looking at planning, design, construction, operation, maintenance of industrial manufacturing and production systems and operations systems through systems engineering and supply chain management. Then we look at mechanical engineering, planning, design, construction, operation, and maintenance of materials, components, machines, plants, and systems for lifting, hoisting, and material handling, turbines, pumps and fluid power, heating, cooling, ventilation, and air conditioning, fuels, combustion engines, steam plant, turbines, automobiles, trucks, and special vehicles, fire protection, nuclear energy generation through the application of engineering sciences, mechanics, solid mechanics, thermodynamics, and fluid mechanics. Then we go to metallurgical engineering, physical metallurgy, and then we have extractive metallurgy, analysis, design, production, characterization, failure analysis, and application of materials, including metals, for engineering applications based on an understanding of the properties of matter and engineering requirements. And then we're looking at the extractive metallurgy. Engineering looks at planning, design, construction, operation, and maintenance of processes for the extraction of metals, or intermediate compounds from ores by chemical or physical processes, including those at high temperatures. Then we look at mining engineering, planning, design, development, operation, maintenance, and rehabilitation of works for the extraction of minerals from natural deposits on the Earth's surface, underground or underwater. And here, colleagues, we also, we can look at the various, disciplines separately, but we can see, as mentioned by colleagues earlier on, there are, overlaps between, some of these disciplines, and some of these disciplines can work together in terms of, applying their engineering applications. Next slide, please. Here we're looking at mechatronics, planning, design, construction, operation, and maintenance of multidisciplinary devices and systems that include knowledge of mechanical engineering, electronic, computer engineering, telecommunications, engineering, systems engineering, and control engineering. That's what I was just talking about here, colleagues, where there is a combination, in terms of the engineering disciplines, where one engineering overlaps with the other. And then we have computer. I spoke about mechatronics. I'm not going to repeat here this second point, but I'm going to go to computer engineering, which is something that's very, very important at the moment. If you're looking at 4IR and the way we're going forward, a computer hardware engineer is someone who researches, designs, develops, and tests computer equipment such as chips, circuit boards, or routers. The engineer typically works for a computer hardware systems production company to design, develop, and manufacture electronic computer systems. A computer systems engineer is someone who combines their knowledge of computer science, engineering, mathematical analysis to develop, test, and evaluate software circuits, personal computers, and more. This engineer may typically work for software production houses and in IT departments of most companies in all sectors of the economy. So we can see here, in terms of engineering, computer engineering has now become a prominent field, besides the other fields that we have. Next slide, please. So this slide basically talks about the identification of engineering work related regulatory instruments. And the first one is the Engineering Profession Act number 46 of 2000. Then we had the one that is Identification of Engineering Work Gazette, which was number 44333, which was done on the 26th of March 2021. And then the Code of Conduct of for Registered Persons, Engineering Profession Act 2000, Act number 46 of 2000. And then we have the overarching Code of Practice for the performance of engineering work. Next slide, please. The IDOEW supporting instruments, and here we have documents that define the ECSA registration system. And then we look at the Code of Conduct for Registered Persons, Engineering Profession Act number 2000, and also, Training Academy and Certification Policy. So these are all, the slide before this and this slide basically gives you all the documents that need to be consulted in terms of what we are looking at for the identification of engineering work. Next slide, please. This slide basically gives us an overview of registration, and we spoke about the different categories that the engineers need to register, and here the main document that we need to be looking at is the Engineering Profession Act number Profession Act number 46 of 2000, which basically gives you the overview of what needs to be done, and it basically talks to council, where council has to accredit programs, recognize programs, and may assess applicants, and also must register a person who demonstrates competency. So here it looks at all the various policies that are related to that prescribes qualification standards, and looks at alternative to accredited recognized programs. And then on the other side, it looks at prescribes competency standards, and you look at the competency standard, and then also explains competency standard, the guide to competency standard, and also linked to the training and mentoring guide, discipline specific training guide, application and assessment process, recognition of educational qualification. So this slide basically gives us an overview in terms of accreditation of programs, recognizing programs, assessing applicants, and also, providing a pathway in terms of providing a pathway in terms of the various categories in which applicants can apply for to be registered with ECSA. Next slide, please. Here it goes into a bit more detail. Here we have candidate engineers on the left-hand side, and then we have professional engineers. And I've just spoken about this on the previous slide, where candidates go through administrative screening with the application, with education, and then CEO is delegated for approval. So this is a process for candidates. And then on the other side, we have the process outlined for professional engineers, or engineers that we spoke about, from the PR engineer right to the PR technologist, the technician, and so forth, as we discussed earlier on. So there's an administrative screening, there's an appraisal by peers, there is a moderation by up to 4 moderators, a panel of moderators with 1 or 2 registered peers, and then there is a moderator sign-off, which conduct professional review, and then there is the setup for PR moderation, and then either way it goes, there's a central control registration, and then if there is a refusal, what steps need to be taken. So this flow diagram basically enables one to have an overview of the processes that ECSA follows in terms of ensuring that the candidates that come in are that are worthy of a particular category, and they are interviewed in order to ensure that they are placed accordingly. So it is a very, very robust system that ECSA follows to ensure that people are categorized in terms of their knowledge areas, in terms of their qualification, and in terms of their skills and competence. Next slide, please. So here it is very, very important for us to recognize that we have 3 educational accords. The one for engineers is the Washington Accord. The one for engineering technologists, it falls under the Sydney Accord. And the one for engineering technicians fall under the Dublin Accord. This is very, very important in terms of international recognition, where ECSA basically provides a platform for us to be internationally recognized. So let's say our students are going overseas, they go through a process there and are able to perform accordingly in countries outside South Africa. So here we have international proficiency, the 4 competence recognition mobility agreements, international profession engineers agreement, which looks at professional engineers. Then the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, which looks at professional engineers and has a regional agreement. And then we have International Engineering Technologists Agreement, which looks at professional engineering technologists. Then we look at the agreement for the international engineering technician, and there we look at the professional engineering technician. So this is very, very important for us, colleagues, in terms of how we are placed in South Africa and how we are able to create mobility for our engineers who wish to take up positions internationally. Next slide, please. Applications of the identification of engineering work, just a bit of recap, defining and demarcating work between professional registration categories, determining in a very concise way the designated work that the different registration categories can carry out, and the identification of engineering work as gazetted on the 26th of March 2021. Next slide, please. Implications for the identification of engineering work, and this is basically a recap. A person who performs any identified engineering work in a particular engineering discipline must, in addition to any other requirement contemplated in the Engineering Profession Act, be suitably qualified, be registered by ECSA in the appropriate category applicable to the level of service performed, and possess the necessary core competency in the competency areas referred to in the item to perform such core service as a professional engineer, professional engineering technologist, professional certificated engineer, professional engineering technician, or a specified category practitioner. Next slide, please. And colleagues, thank you so much for lending me your ears, and I hope we have imparted some very, very important information to you, and I hope you have enjoyed the session. I take this opportunity to thank you so much for joining us today, and I now hand over to our program director. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I would like to be recused now because we have ECSA at our institution that is evaluating or doing an accreditation evaluation. And so I would like to be recused, and I would like to hand over to my colleagues to help in terms of the answering if there are any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our presenters, Ms. Lebo, and also Mr. or Professor Kemalel. Professor, just before you leave, on a lighter note, I apologize again for messing up your name when I was introducing you. But colleagues,
it is very, very simple, ma'am. It is just Kemla, or it's Kem, yeah.
Kemla, yes.
Yes.
Thanks, Professor. Professor, you are excused. Thank you for making time to be with us this morning. Colleagues, we will now go to the next point, which is the discussion, and the discussion is open for all of us. But just before we start with the discussion, I just want to mention few points with regard to the insightful presentation that we have received from our speakers. Colleagues, maybe just to think loud. The importance of the identification of the work can never be done or can never be overemphasized. I'll just make an example that if you look at the profession of the quantity surveyors, what we see now is that contractors just take it for granted. They just go straight to the suppliers and get pricing directly, and that it poses a risk, and also it bypasses the quantity surveyors' roles. Many things are omitted. Many things ended up being overpriced. And what we see is that most of the projects end up running at cost, the cost overruns. Some of the projects are being abandoned or left incomplete. This comes as a huge risk. It comes as a huge cost to the development of the country. Secondly, colleagues, our role as engineering professional bodies sometimes it's end up being questioned. We have observed mega failures in the implementation of the execution of projects such as Midupi, Sile. The question is, how was the engineering work identified? Were the people assigned for the job qualified? Were they competent? Or is it because of there were interference in the project in some way? Now we come back to our theme. As engineering bodies, we have to play our roles adequately in ensuring that the identification of the work in engineering space is done. And hence we are having this conversation today with yourselves. And colleagues, I just thought maybe I should just say, these things, because we having issues like over load shedding and so forth. So let me open the floor, colleagues, for discussion, for questions, and so forth. You are also welcome, colleagues, to put your questions on the chat. If you've got any or inputs that you have. Colleagues, the floor is open for questions. I'm trying to check on the chat as well. I'm just moving between the screens so that we can have a discussion about the identification of the engineering work. Thank you. We've got a question from Mr. Wali. Mr. Wali, over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. I think it's appropriate that it's just that CESA amongst its members has identified a possible inconsistency that we'd just like to raise and perhaps get the questions rolling, just starting the discussion. So according to clause 4.1 of the IDOEW, only registered persons can undertake identified engineering work, which is something we strongly support as CESA. But we think there is a weakness, and we could be incorrect on this, that practitioner, the word practitioner is defined in the Code of Practice as practitioner for engineering work means a person who performs engineering work or provides advisory services relating to engineering work. It includes both registered and, here's the crunch, includes both registered and unregistered persons. And then in clause 7.1a of the Code of Practice, it talks about all practitioners must confine their performance of engineering work to the disciplines in which they are competent and or, so the key there is or, registered by the council. So we're just raising the issue of the definition of practitioner in the Code of Practice, which is linked to the identification of engineering work, that possibly it's a gap or a loophole that unregistered people can undertake that work, can undertake engineering work. So it's not a question as such, Madam Program Director, it's more an observation, and perhaps raising a flag. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's take two more inputs. We've got a second hand from Ms. Mapumulo.
Oh, no, I wanted to respond to Ali's comments. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. You may respond, Ms. Lebo.
No, I was just appreciating that input and that comment, and I think definitely it should be the word accountability should be featuring there, because people who are registered can be accountable, you know, and people who are not registered, they will still do the work, be responsible, but they cannot be accountable. So I think we appreciate that input, and we will see how we can incorporate that. Thank you, Ali.
Thank you. Let's take the second hand from Adolf.
Thank you. My question is with regards to what's happening currently vis-a-vis what we intending to do in terms of defining engineering work. Currently, I believe all work that's designed and done for the public should be signed for by a registered person. And what we're talking to now is almost that, but coined in a different way. My observation is that currently the system is weak in that enforcement of what is required to be done is not effective. That is, you find work done for a public institution being accepted by an institution without a signature of a registered person. And that's what I think the major problem of enforcement of what we are even talking to now may face in the future. So how can that be attended to? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Ms. Lebo, do you want to come in and respond while we wait for more questions?
Yeah, I think the comment given is very relevant in the sense that I think identification of work is trying to bridge that exact gap where, for example, a client is able to go for a cheaper consultant simply because they're not registered, they can do the work, versus somebody who is registered, you know. So I think at the end of the day, the responsibility lies with the client. You know, if a client is going to accept a solution that is provided by somebody who is not registered, and by means of registered, I'm talking somebody who is competent within their area of competence, remember, the client should reject that, because if they accept that, then obviously they're going to take the risk of endangering the people and the environment. So I think at the end of the day, some of the accountabilities definitely have to lie with the client. The client has to make sure that the people doing the design are registered and they are in good standing, because obviously there's also this issue of people who have been registered then didn't pay their fees. So we have to also be careful to say people in good standing with ECSA, so people who have done their renewal, they've done their CPD, they've paid their annual fees. So at the end of the day, it boils down to accountability again. You are right. there are a lot of people who are competent and they do their work. They are responsible for producing the solutions, but in terms of accountability of that solution, and accountability literally boils down to if things go wrong and we injure the public and the public and the environment, who is the person who's going to be taken to court? So the client needs to make sure that they use the registered person, a professionally registered person. So I see the gap that you are seeing. I think it's a good comment, but I think it's something that can be bridged more by the client, you know, not so much ECSA, because ECSA has put into place the code of conduct and all of that. So the client needs to make sure that the person doing the work is competent and well-versed and qualified and all these good things. So I think it boils down to just cost saving. Some of the clients just want to take the cheaper route and it doesn't always work out for them actually. Thank you for that comment.
Thank you for the response. We've got more two hands. We'll take them, Eric, then followed by Louis.
Hi there, thank you for taking my question. It's sort of a follow-up question from Adolf's question regarding how to ensure that the qualified people or registered people are the ones that are doing the work and sort of certifying the work. The challenge from Mrs. Lebo's answer is that it is the client's responsibility, which is, yes, well and understood. But what is CESA as well as ECSA doing to educate the clients? I mean, I've been in this industry for many years, and I understand a couple of years ago, they would have sort of stakeholder engagements and sort of roadshows where clients were invited and all these regulations were explained to them. The main challenge, obviously, is with municipalities, small municipalities, as well as the private clients who don't have people to guide them or to approve what's required according to the law. So how do we, or is there anything that CESA and ECSA are doing to educate the client? Obviously, the access is more with the government, which is your municipalities as well as your entities, government entities. So that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, so Eric, I think in terms of the consultation, remember that slide that talks about decoding the process, you know, really, you know, I think at this point, obviously ECSA is at a stage of consulting with the affected stakeholders. So in other words, the professionals, the VAs, the industry. And then obviously once the industry is well-versed and prepares themselves to be aligned to the requirements, definitely post that ECSA will have to do, I think, you know, rightfully you use the word roadshow, where they will inform the clients about this. And really the client needs to be, you know, well-versed with the consequences of doing it, you know. And the beauty of having informed someone is when they take the decision, it will be a conscious one. So I would probably at this point like Mr. Ngumalo to come in, the CEO, to maybe add to what I'm saying. But I can definitely tell you that obviously one of the key parts of this drive is to speak to industry and then after that, educate the client. Definitely the client needs to be educated at some point. So I don't know if Mr. Ngumalo wants to maybe add a top up to my comment. It's just that I think at this stage, it is the stakeholders, the ones that are directly impacted that ECSA is engaging, you know. But post that, definitely the client has to come to the party, you know. Okay, Refile, I'll hand back to you because I'm not sure if Mr. Ngumalo is still in the meeting. But yeah, I think definitely he would probably resonate with what I'm saying because I think it's just that this thing is a matter of phasing. So phase one is obviously getting the industry prepared and then phase two is getting the clients well informed, you know. That is what will take care of the question.
Yeah, thanks for that response.
Lebo?
Yeah, yes, you may come in.
Yes, I actually fully agree with you. You have actually covered aptly what you are currently doing, because in terms of engaging with the stakeholders about the content of the identification of work, that's exactly what we are doing now, because we want this to be fully understood by everyone, so that they know exactly what is it that they must implement. So, but it's not the end all and the be all. Even after this consultation, there is even bilateral engagements with specific clients who may want to engage with ECSA about this. So it's not like a seasonal kind of an engagement with the stakeholders. So it's a continuous process. There are consultations happening at certain intervals, but also in between there are ECSA client specific engagements that also are happening, geared towards ensuring that we fully understand one another, as well as we are in a position to clarify what we are actually trying to communicate to the industry in respect of the content of the identification of engineering work. Before maybe we give the other colleagues, I saw my other colleague, Advocate Mokhoswane, also wants to come in. So I want to give him the opportunity to add on what I was saying, which I also hope that it is going to resonate with what we had said. Advocate.
Thanks, Acting CEO. Morning, colleagues. I just thought I should touch on that and probably maybe even touch on the point that was flagged by Wally, because I think the 2 points are really related or linked. But the long and short of it, and perhaps maybe let me start with Wally's point. I think while we are 100% on point, because in fact, Section 26(2) says a person may not practice in the identified categories of work if they are not registered. So, but I think the problem is, and you would have listened to Putu when he spoke, he touched on the need that this work must also resonate or find resonation with the competition policy of the country. Now, as you are probably aware, we then had some form of pushback from the Competition Commission of South Africa. And my suspicion is that issue of adding competent people that are not registered and so on seem to have been an attempt to appease the Competition Commission. But in actual fact, aptly put, it will find itself not in conformance with Section 26, because the only exception to Section 26(2) is Section 26(4), which says the only people that would be allowed to practice who are not registered are those that are either working in the service of a registered person or in collaboration with a registered person. Indeed, because then at the end of what is anticipated is that at the end of that work, then that registered person will have to sign off that work and take full accountability. Now, to Adolf's point of where we are, the issue of enforcement is currently really not an enforcement issue, because we haven't started applying this identification of work yet. We haven't started enforcing it. So it will be an enforcement issue later. And currently, as it were, there isn't compulsory registration outside of what would have been identified as part of this process. So as the acting CEO has clarified, that would really come later once all the processes that we are currently ongoing and consultations and so on are done, and we have fine with Competition Commission, then we can start to enforce it. But at the moment, we are not yet at the point where we are enforcing it. Around the issue of where it is, we do have a view as ECSA, and hence the identification of work, and to try to make it compulsory, therefore, in a way. Yes, I agree with the point that the clients need to be alive to what is happening and take accountability. But part of what this identification of work is going to assist us to solve is precisely this point, because then it will be an ECSA problem that when people find people practicing that are not registered, then we can be able to act and so on and so forth. So we hope that this will assist us. But in the meantime, I think what maybe the acting CEO didn't go into details on is that as part of our APP for this year, we have a target to really engage government entities in the main to sell the message that we think it's about time that government start to look, at itself and say, we are part of government, access part of government. They are supposed to enforce this, and they can enforce it where people are not registered, and you give in contracts to people that are not registered. We have seen it with Bait Breach and elsewhere, where we are unable to intervene where the public is not protected or exposed or whatever the scenario is. So we're having various engagements around that, and specifically around local government. Our president has been speaking with the Deputy Minister of COGTA. I've been mandated to follow up with for a session with that, and as the acting CEO indicated, VAs in that space as well, ECSA and others have already come to us. So there is something that we are doing as ECSA. Is that probably because we're doing it outside of this process, it might not be something that people are alive to, but we are alive to these challenges, and we have set ourselves a target to do something about it this financially. Thanks, Chair.
Hi, Chair.
Thanks, Advocate. Yes.
Chair, I
You were
was
coming,
saying before Advocate
Ms.
leaves the floor, he can just see the comment made by Ian du Toit. There's a comment on the chat here that he can have a look at, and I was thinking before he leaves the floor, he can just touch on that. That is quite a strong.
Okay, all right. All right, let me just read both of them. Thanks for that, Ms. Lebo. Yeah, we've got two comments. One from Madoda. It says work done by the unregistered persons leaves the client with all risk without recourse. How can ECSA help? And another one from Len. It says, would it be possible to make the issuing of ECSA mandate document to clients mandatory? And maybe let's take Louis as well, and we'll allow the advocate and yourself to come back to respond. Louis, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've got one comment and then two questions. So the first comment is just that there was, how one will be able to enforce this to private clients. I think it's one thing in the public sector where one can do it through various structures. But if you think of a private client, and we are looking at computer engineers, for instance, maybe your best programmer is not registered, and there's a vast difference between a programmer or a computer engineer, somebody building a computer or similar versus somebody building a subsurface mine or a large dam or Kusile. So from that perspective, I think we must, it seems like we're trying to paint everything with one brush, and I'm not certain that one would be able to succeed in that, and whether there shouldn't be made a bit of a gap with that. And I think that's most probably where the Competition Commission is having a problem. But that's just a general remark. I haven't got a solution to that, and I'm sure ECSA is spending a lot of time on that. So my two questions actually becomes, as a practitioner and a professional person is obviously more in line with that. So the first thing is, to me, is that before we start implementing this process, what checks will be done to make certain that our professional registration on the various levels will still be recognized internationally? And so, you know, so will there be checks that the Washington and the Sydney Accords are still being honored, and will we get written confirmation from that from the international organization stating that we will be, as a PR techie or whatever, be able to work international? And then the other question which I have, which is probably not 100% applicable to this forum, is that if we look at the various organizations, I do think that I'm in the civil engineering industry, and I think that there are a bit of overlaps in the organizations as well. You know, so you know, registration with ECSA versus registration with the SACPC-MP, for instance, I think that there might be a bit of an overlap there, and I'm just, you know, and then also with the various bodies, you know, CESA and CVE, you know, so I'm not sure whether, well, as I said, this is probably not the right forum for that, but we have to think in that line as well at a stage. All right, and then and then obviously just another remark which I need to make is that I think that the various institutions, if you look at the identification of works, you know, I think that probably it would be a good thing if the various institutions are also, and I'm sure that part of ECSA's roadshows would include the institutions, because I think they would be key in at least providing some detail in the detail of the work of, let's say, mechanical or metallurgical engineers, etc. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for that question and the comments. Let me allow the advocate and Ms. Lebo to come in and respond to those questions.
Before the advocate come in, Program Director, Mr. Numaliwe.
Okay, the CEO, welcome back. You may go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to emphasize one point, which I think is going to assist with this particular process in terms of stakeholders understanding that one of the things that the advocate alluded to was the fact that in the current APP, Annual Performance Plan for 2022-23, we have an aspect of the development, finalization, and the approval of the enforcement mechanisms. So, which is something that we have to do this year to align the process that we are busy with now with. So that is still going to be done in terms of how the actual enforcement is going to happen. So we are developing the enforcement mechanisms at this stage whilst we are running with the process of creating the awareness about the content of the identification of engineering work. So at this stage, what we wanted to achieve is for the industry to understand what is contained in the gazetted identification of engineering work, rather than to look at what could be the possible stick approach that ECSA is going to adopt, you know, in terms of whipping those that are going to not comply with the identification of engineering work. That is going to come at a later stage. And then as soon as that has been done and finalized, then it will be shared with the industry in terms of how the actual enforcement of this process is going to happen. For now, we're at the stage of just creating the awareness. And I'm sure the advocate will come in as well and back me up in terms of roadmap that we're having in terms of ensuring that we have such enforcement mechanisms, which are going to happen only at a later stage. And in respect to those practitioners that are registered across different categories and the disciplines of registration, whether they will still be recognized by the International Engineering Alliance and whether they can also still be able to work in other countries. The answer to that is actually yes, because these are legislated categories of registration. And then the discipline of engineering that we have are council approved disciplines of engineering within which practitioners must register. And then the designation that are associated or designations that are associated with such disciplines and categories of registration are registered with the South African Qualifications Authority. So those will be recognized locally, but the standards that we come up with, we always ensure that we have to be compliant with what is expected by the International Engineering Alliance, and hence, even with the implementation of this process, so those that are registered, that will be required to be registered and comply with the identification of engineering work, they will still be eligible to work in any other country because the standards that we come up with are substantially equivalent to those that have been developed, by other jurisdictions, that are members of the International Engineering Alliance. So that is the comfort that I actually want to give to the colleagues. And then if there's any other thing, then I'm sure the advocate can add, as well as Ms. Mapumulo, if there's anything that I could have left out. Advocate, over to you.
No, thanks, Acting CEO. I think we have taken care of the latter speaker's points. But I think to respond to Ian's comment in the chat box, part of what we are busy with is to put together amendments that we want to effect in the EPA, and equally just like the enforcement mechanisms and other things that we spoke about that are in the APP. That is a target in the APP, and it ought to be achieved in the fourth quarter of this year. So we're looking at making the act really to enable us to be a much better and effective regulator that can really do a better job. So I will consider this. We do have considered the issue of mandatory registration anyway. It's already in the legislation, but we'll look at this because the long and short of it really for me, whilst I note the point about maybe certain things being possible in the public sector and not so much possible in the private sector and so on, one still can look at it to see if doctors can still be held to account and they need to register regardless of whether they're in public health or private health. What is really different with engineers, but those are some of the I think theoretical discussions that we still need to have with Competition Commission and everyone, and we welcome any inputs but there is an opportunity, and I think we can extend it, Mr. Nxumalo, probably as we go along with these sessions, that we are considering to amend the act as it is. So those that want to send something through that they think we need to amend in the act, they can, or introduce whatever the scenario is, they can send us an email along those lines. Thank you.
Hi, Refile. So I just wanted to add to what Mr. Nxumalo had shared. Yeah, he literally addressed it holistically. So I just wanted to add one additional point. So I think a lot of people are not aware that South Africa is actually the only African country that's a member of the International Engineering Alliance. And by that nature, we align with that. So they talk about similar, so the outcomes are the same across all the members, So the one thing that I just wanted to add is that although your registration will be recognized in another country, there is just one additional requirement that is applicable per country. So for example, if you are a PRN in South Africa, you move to Japan, now you move into a country with earthquakes and tsunamis and all of that. So there could be an additional requirement for you to become well-versed with the prevailing conditions in that country. But in terms of your PRN, once you get on the international register, that PRN stays with you. So that's the beauty about the agreements, you know, and obviously we saw in the slide that Professor presented, this is applicable to the benchmark categories, you know. So when I say benchmark, I mean engineer, technologist, technician. So the certified engineer and the others are like exclusive to South Africa.
Thank you for those responses. We have another question on the chart from Mr. Putti. It says it is important to note that the onus is on us as the 6 professions to justify why the restriction stroke IDOW are necessary, and our task is to assess the validity of the arguments on the basis of competition principle. Another chart from the advocate. It is important to note, or it's the same. Yeah, he's just
No, I was
agreeing
actually
to the
sorry.
comment.
No, I was agreeing
Yeah.
to what Putti is saying, and it
Yeah.
links back to, I forgot who raised the issue. It links back to the issue that was raised that we should not lose the fact that, and Putti actually touched on it on his message of support as well, that we should not forget that others will not necessarily register with ECSA. They might register with other profession councils, and there is that overlap that also still needs to be managed. And Putti can confirm that there is work that is being coordinated by CBE to try to deal with these issues of overlap across various functions within the built environment community. Thanks.
If I can add to that, Refilwe, I appreciate the comment, because I think the problem with engineering, like we said earlier, there's this problem where people tend to think even if they don't have engineering qualifications, they can do engineering work. So I think this comment is lovely for me, because what it does is it appreciates stage 1 of professional registration, and stage 1 is the qualification that you hold. So luckily, across the 6 councils, in terms of the qualification you hold, it is very easy to say who belongs where. And then naturally there are those cases like in the discipline specific, in the specified categories that are probably across council. Some of them are not placed in a council, and ECSA is also in the process of actually trying to categorize what is relevant to ECSA, and then whatever is not relevant, where can it be positioned? So yeah, this is really a strong comment. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Lebo. I just want to check, Adolf, is that an old hand or you've got more questions? Okay, I
think it's an old hand, but I was still going to raise a hand.
Okay, let's allow you to come in.
Yes. I am saying, I think in general, this is a good direction that we are taking as professionals, and our professional bodies are doing a good job. I will comment also in general. I think if you look at the current situation, even with regards our contractors, there are specific requirements where our role as professional is required for each and every contractor, and that requirement has never been pursued, mainly because people will say we are too few, we can't be distributed into all construction contractors. I'm speaking from a civil engineering perspective. And that argument of the number of professionals available in the country is used to justify certain issues where you find a teacher, a policeman, a dancer being a contractor and taking very serious professional work as if it's something that can be done from, I don't know. I really think what has been started, what we are doing is a long-term thing, and we need to push in that direction to clean up our industry, to clean up the professional input into the industry. And for that, I think I pat ourselves or ECSA in association with CESA in the back and say, let's keep doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to check if there are more questions or further input. Let me just go back to the participants. Okay, I see the mic of the CEO is on. Do you want to come in, CEO?
No, it's actually one area which I wanted to emphasize. I think the question of the overlaps has been covered by the advocate, but to the extent that CPE will actually assist in terms of coming up with the mechanisms across the built environment councils actually to address any potential overlaps. And that is from a CPE's point of view. But I must also indicate that from ECSA perspective as well, we have initiated a particular process of dealing with such overlaps through engagement with those councils that could be impacted by the identification of work. So where there is potential overlaps, by saying that we are going to be invoking the process of the conclusion of the of the memorandum of understanding between the councils that are having potential overlaps, and that has found resonance with those particular councils that we have engaged with on a bilateral basis. So it's a multi-pronged approach geared towards addressing any potential overlaps. So both from the side of the CPE and as well as from the side of ECSA through these particular MOUs that we are going to be signing with them, so that then the practitioners are not placed in a predicament of that requirement where they must register with a multiplicity of councils. So it's part of what we have instituted. So we will see how it goes then, and then but we are open to any other suggestions, because I did indicate in my opening remarks that we want to traverse this journey together with the industry by way of ensuring that we come up with the solutions that are going to be mutually beneficial and supportive to everyone that is likely to be impacted by the identification of engineering work. So that is where we are. So that is what I wanted just to add on what the advocate had alluded to. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, CEO. Let me just I don't see any other hands. There's no further comments on the chat. Okay, colleagues, then we have come to a close to the end of the discussion. Maybe just to say thank you again to our presenters, which is Ms. Lebo and also Prof. Kemalal. I got it right this time. Also, just to thank the CEO and the advocates for the inputs. And I believe that as ECSA, we have taken down all the inputs that were coming from the floor, and everything that was raised will be given an attention, and there will be a way forward. And some decisions will be taken, as the CEO was saying, and they will be communicated. Maybe just to emphasize that we have had the CEO that we are developing the enforcement mechanisms. And while we're doing that, we are now in the process of the awareness program as per the discussions of today, colleagues. So we are now moving to the next item in our agenda, which is the way forward. I want to welcome the Assistant Manager, RPS, Mr. Mbulelo Hlalukani, to come in and provide the way forward. Over to you, Mr. Mbulelo.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you so much, Program Director, and good afternoon, colleagues. As mentioned, my name is Mbulelo Hlalukani, and I'm an Assistant Manager here at ECSA Research Policy and Standards. From my side, it's basically just to recap and possibly map the way forward now that we've had our consultation. What is going to happen next? I'm sure many of you have, absorbed all of this information, and I do understand that it can be somewhat overwhelming, but we are here at ECSA, as ECSA, to assist you in this process going forward. So as mentioned earlier on, we are conducting industry-wide consultations, which began at the beginning of the previous financial year, and we are continuing until the end of this financial year with the stakeholders that we have identified, as well as those that we may not have identified, but we feel that they are also going to be impacted by these regulations. So just to maybe recap, we have had consultations with the voluntary associations, the associations that have signed commitment and undertakings with us, the public institutions of higher learning, government entities, as well as the state-owned enterprises. And currently we are in the process of consulting with the municipalities, particularly those departments that are involved in engineering related infrastructure programs and projects. We have also identified TVET colleges, because there are a lot of programs that are being offered by the TVET colleges that involves engineering, and maybe some of the graduates from those programs would also like to register themselves with ECSA. So we felt that we must also involve them. We are also going to consult with the private companies, and I feel maybe some of you consulting engineering companies are fitting in that category, but we are also going to go in and consult with other private companies that are maybe involved in construction and the likes. And we've also started the process of engaging with the CITB, the refineries, companies in the manufacturing industry, as well as the SAFE forum, which CESA is part of. So what do we expect now when all is said and done? Is that everyone complies to the identification of engineering work as gazetted. We would like the stakeholders to review their own strategies, programs, plans internal processes and systems, and the implementation thereof for compliance. The development of alignment plans with timeframes for compliance, where the responsible person or the responsible persons with their contact number and email address. This will culminate in the submission of plans to ECSA within 6 months from the date of this consultation, so that we can see, how the stakeholders are going to comply to these. And we anticipate full compliance within the 3 years. And this is based on the International Engineering Alliance benchmark. It will be officially communicated based on the submitted plans analysis. And of course, we as ECSA will then monitor the compliance thereafter. We do understand that, the identification of engineering work has implications for sectoral, organizational, and company strategies. Hence, we feel that the timeline that we've given is realistic for the implementation of these requirements. And we would like to thank all the stakeholders for their interaction and support during the process of the conceptualization of the identification of engineering work. And we are, as I mentioned earlier on, we are continuing with the industry consultations. And we would like to thank, all the organizations that have participated in all consultation process. And of course, the support that we're getting with the CBE during this process. Okay, so should maybe somebody want to get some more information in terms of how do we complete the plans and what sort of assistance you can get from ECSA. These are the contact details of the people from within ECSA. At the top is Memchali, who is the acting executive for research policy and standard. And then it's myself as well as Unundu Miso. We are more than willing to assist in any way that we can. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mpulelo, for the way forward. I believe now we have a clear idea as to what will happen next. We are now moving to the next item, which is announcements. Colleagues, under the announcements, just maybe to give progress. The 30 codes of practice for industrial engineering, electrical engineering, and mechanical engineering have all been approved by the IPC and will be presented for council, and thereafter they will be published on the ECSA. Another announcement is that the publishing of the professional guideline fees is currently suspended until the matter between ECSA and the Competition Commission has been resolved. That is all the announcements that we have, colleagues. And that takes us to the last item on our agenda, which is the closure. And for that, I want to hand over to CESA, the Contractual Affairs Manager, Mr. Wali, again, to do closing for us. Mr. Wali, over to you.
Thank you, Refilwe, Program Director. So we've reached that point in the program where it gives me great pleasure on behalf of CESA to thank ECSA and its team of organizers and presenters for arranging this very informative consultation and explaining the content and the implications of the RDOEW. And this is going to be of great benefit to the members of CESA and the consulting engineering sector. In addition, we'd like to recognize the importance of this consultation to the consulting engineering sector, and to thank ECSA for the opportunity to host this event. And we'd like to bring it, and obviously it was an opportunity to bring it to the attention of all our membership, our consulting engineers. Then I'd also like to thank CESA for hosting the consultation and using its membership platform to invite consulting engineers to the event. In closing, we'd like to wish ECSA every success in its future consultations with the other stakeholders and role players, as Mbolelo has alluded to. So a big vote of thanks to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wali. Colleagues, that was the last item on our agenda for today. And I want to officially close the session. Thank you all for attending. The session is officially closed.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.